snow too, I bet, hey? Like, it's wet. Is it, like, really wet snow? It's probably not. Yeah, right? Yeah, who was that that I was oh, it was, number 1 hash brown was posting up, his dog running around. He had to, like, clear off his solar panels and everything. His dog loved it too, man. Dogs dig that stuff. Once again, dogs being dogs. So you guys are okay, Willie? Like, you don't need us to helicopter you in supplies or that's kinda like a demon. You get skylights, it's kind of a given that at some point in the day time, skylights. Right. Yeah, cold or even worse maybe. Make it worse. It's gonna leak. You got a you got a 1985 Camaro, well, you got T-roofs in that, those are gonna leak. Got a 1982 Bronco with a removable top, yeah, it's gonna leak. Oh, well. It's a fact of life. Little water never hurt nobody. Well, maybe m try to be positive. You gotta teach those kids to be on it. Just use those little dog's ears, just run around and mop it all up. Yeah, right. You got, like, wood floors? Yeah, damn wood floors. They're high maintenance. I, uh I didn't do much collecting over the last week at all, actually. I bought, one of our guests tonight, I bought one of his pieces last stop. Really dope piece. Really dig it. It's a train station painting. I should pin it up to the front here when I get my crap figured out, and I got, the guest artist for the Wag Me Wine this round. I got a piece from that artist. Not sure how you say that artist's name. It's Antn. I don't know if it's supposed to be said a certain way or if it's just that. But yeah, I got bought a piece called, Hyper from. Yeah, maybe, hey? And he's a Canadian as well, so I'm pretty stoked on that, and as a matter of fact, I do believe he lives in my city, is what the rumor is. So, I'm pretty pumped on that, yeah. Hopefully, maybe get to go and fist bump someday, have a beer, check out some art. I don't know, make friends before I even meet him. Creepy guy. Yeah, and I just, went on my object too, Jen's a little loopy, just dropped me a piece, uh, called "I Spam in Your General Direction." It has this whole little story right up on Spam, it's just hilarious. I literally just got that within the last couple of hours, I think she must have sent that out. Hilarious little piece. Good story, good writing in it, really appreciate and then there's another one, I got airdropped to me here too, I think it got airdropped to you as well. Andromeda, Soapbox 65 and S8 S8858 or whatever the heck it is, yeah, that's cool. That was pretty good. It's hilarious. Makes you wonder why anybody eats spam, or maybe it solidifies why we eat spam, I don't know. May Alright, it's all good. PB duck yeah, yeah, it's yeah, I thought it was cool. I always like an airdrop. It's always exciting to get a little airdrop, even if it's junk mail. Not that either of those last pieces were junk mail, but, like, even when somebody sends you crap, it's like, "Oh, isn't that nice?" Recycle. Yeah, right? Yeah, 100%. Somebody takes the time to click and send you something. That's all good. Yeah, it's good. What we got, got a couple people in here tonight. Got Mr. Paper Buddha coming in and gracing us. Thank you, sir, for coming in. Rich Sanders, in here as well. Thank you. Rich Sanders has done a couple of great little pieces. I really enjoy a little bit of kind of drawing over top of, photographs. I do believe the photographs are in his backyard or very close to where he lives. Beautiful pieces. Love a good love a good scenic view, man. I thought about that yesterday when I was walking the dog. Back to walking the dogs again. I but, as I was hanging out there, man, I tell you, just when you're out somewhere really nice, I don't know if it happens to anybody else that's listening here, but, like, occasionally I'll take one of those deep breaths, and it feels good. It feels right. Like, I had one of those yesterday where the sun was setting, the air was cool, my dog was cruising around, and I was just happy, and I just took one of those deep breaths, and it was just one of the most satisfying breaths. Really enjoy that. It's a lot better than some. Yeah, true that. Sometimes those big breaths are pretty dope as well. I, not yeah, I love it, man. It's just, one of those good to be alive kind of feelings. I love those magic moments, every once in a while every once in a while, you just gotta be putting your "Man, life's pretty good right here, right now, in this moment." Just like right now, this is good. I like being here. I like hanging out in this space. I like the people that come in to visit with us and our guests. It makes me feel alive, man. I live the whole week for this. For this and Temple Talk, Paper Buddha as well. Love that as well. Mm. I know, we talk about the weather. No, no, we got artist interviews, talking to the artist about the art here. If you want the real news, you zip onto the Temple Talk, 100%. Oh, Tezos Art Collective joined us tonight. Thank you for popping in, Howie. See ya, and of course, our 1,000,000 shadow band listeners who are always here, every Tuesday night. They are religious about being here. They're actually, like, waiting for us. When I show up to fire up this show, they're already knocking on the door, going like, "Where are you, bro?" I think I'm gonna have to give them the keys one day, and they can just open everything up for us, right? That's like, woo, I don't know. Wor Yeah, that's like wormhole kinda stuff too, shit. Hmm, it's a good question. We'll have to work on that. Okay, have to work on make a note about that. We got alright, get shadow band listeners to start. Well, man, I don't remember the number that he dropped. I think it was last week or the week before when he was chatting with us after we had spoken with our guest. He remember he said his backlog. Oh, I can't remember how much it was, but he has thousands and thousands of photos, like, just, you know and he said part of his problem is just he keeps creating, right? It's a good problem. Oh, I was gonna say it's a good problem to have. Yeah, he's an amazing dude. That guy's mind works on another level. You saw that wormhole one, right? That I tagged you in there? It was one of his 3D ones. I think it was on Saturday. I think he actually did call it a wormhole, and I was like, "Oh, Willie, here's one for you, bud." No, I don't know, it's hard to keep the old Twitter, man, the old Twitter, she just doesn't work like she used to. Things get lost in the kerfuffle these days, but we make her work. I throw a few logs on every once in a while, keep her going. Yeah. Careful, don't wanna get bucked. Oh, I just had me a sip of wine. I wish I could tell you what this was. It's a new bottle I bought last night. I've never had it before. It's an Italian, Willie, maybe you can help me. A Mo I think it's an MO something. MOD, MOL, Moderato? Uh, I'll have to look at it a little bit later on in the show, but it's got some bite to it. It's got some really heavy tannins. It kinda reminds me of like a cab sauv a little bit. Yeah, just unless it's bubbles. I I love prosecco, man. I discovered I have a whatever you wanna call it, a loyalty card to a grocery store here, and you get these points, and they also have a liquor store that's usually located in the parking lot across the grocery store. I found out on Sunday that I could use my points. Oh, dude, I was like, I'm getting all these points, and I'm like, I just kinda caught something on the website. Wait a minute, let me look at that. Like, whoa, it's nice. That is interesting. Up here, we don't liquor stores are never in the same like, we can't go to a 7-Eleven and pick up, wine and a cheap six-pack of beer or something. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, 'cause no, I remember back, a while years ago, I was in Montana, and I went to a gas station, I grabbed beer and everything and some MD 2020 back when I used to drink that crap, and, I was like, "Oh, you got any vodka? I need vodka." She's like, "No, you gotta go to the liquor store." I'm just kinda like, "Huh? What? What am I missing here?" These are the things we must learn, I guess. Oh, well, we just yeah, that's it. We're bringing it down there. Fair enough. I know in Italy, I you can buy it in grocery stores and other sort of convenience stores and stuff like that. Yeah, different strokes, different folks. I mean, for sure. Cool, man. Well, that's, yeah, collected a few things. Weather, snow, dogs running. I got my list covered. That's my pre-show. You got anything cool you wanna bring up to us before we head on to our guest? Oh, yeah. It is, I believe too. Isn't that is that next week that's coming out or 2 weeks? 2 weeks, I think. Right? I was trying to look here on the old Twitter machine, see if I could find it somewhere. Because yes, that's right. I did see that. Man, his stuff is so damn amazing. It's like cinematic, these little pieces. Like, I said it when we had him on too, it's like these little tiny shorts that he does. I sit there and I watch them forever. like watching a movie, but it's only, 30 seconds long. But he does them so well, so freaking well. Oh, it has to be. If I'm not sitting there eating popcorn, smoking a joint, watching a Proteon movie, at least, like, come on. Alright, trying to scrolling down his stuff here. I can't find it. I thought it would be his pinned. Oh, I thought it would be his pinned, but it's not. Let's see here. Alright. Oh, yeah, you guys have your special. Yeah, I need to get my own Proteon PFP. I got a few good pieces. Not a one of one yet, though. Maybe soon. Maybe soon. Alright. Alright. Well, so as I said, folks, next week we have, Juliet Haas on as our guest next week, so if you wanna come back on your calendars, come visit us next week. Be here. Fendel, thanks for popping in, sir. Good to see you tonight. I think it's about that time. Well, I didn't even bring him I thought I brought him up a long time ago. Gonna bring Blind Chronicles up here, sent you a chat invite, sir. Wanna accept that when you get a second. Play some music. I would've used the soundboard, but I was scared what it would play. What would it play? Oh, there's that train. And the donkey. The donkey break cracks me up, man. Say what? Awesome. That's what I like. That's what I love. I don't know if I can check it. Well, how did I find it on the other thing here? I was well, because I have it running on my Bits account on the computer, and I was like but I went it was DM'd to me, so huh. Well, that's interesting. Oh, well, we're not beyond being shadow banned, I guess. I don't know why we'd be shadow banned. We don't do anything bad. Sometimes I get a little drunk and high, but it's not bad. Maybe it was because we invited Elon Musk this morning. No, no, Blind Chronicles had mentioned it, and then I was like, "Yeah, well, we've talked about bringing Elon on, but he's never come on." Well, I mean, come on. Dude, you guys gotta give some love to the Canadians up in here. I'm really stoked tonight because we got 2 Canadians up here on the panel, and it makes me feel proud. We're representing East Coast, West Coast. Well, I'm 1 province away from West Coast, but pretty damn close anyways. It's not very often that we get Canadians all up in here. I'm excited about it. Cool. Alright, well, it's definitely that time. I think Willie and I have definitely killed enough time. We talked about dogs, we talked about leaking, skylights, Protein drop. We talked about ANTN, the Wag Me Wine, new guest artist for the next round. Yes, I think it's definitely time to, invite our guest artist up, Blind Chronicles, if I can call you that, or should I call you Ryan? What would you like me to call you? Hey, you? Right on. Cool, man. Well, thank you very much for, popping in tonight and giving us your time. I know you're on the East Coast, so you're definitely later in the evening than the rest of us. So we appreciate you being here. So to start off with, if you don't mind just giving us a little bit of a background on yourself and who you are and what you do and male yeah, did we lose him already? He warned me his phone's shit, so and I said, "Well, Twitter Spaces can be not so great sometimes too. Dude, that's awesome and huge. Like, just goes to show, right? Don't instead of feeling bad about it and dwelling on it, let's move forward with it and do something with it, which you're definitely doing something with it. You produce a ton of pieces. And well, even like you said today, what, 3 today? Is that 3 completed or 3 on the go? No, I don't think it's cheap to live anywhere now. Yeah, no, for sure, it's not. 100% it's not. Um, did you when you were growing up, did you always have an interest in art? Like you said, you were doing the photography. Like, did you always have an interest in art as when you were growing up, or was it something that you when you got older? Oh, hell yeah. Right. Fuck yeah. Woo! Dude, that's killer. So really, like, art school that piece of crap teacher, like, ruined it for you. Like, I don't know, I don't really get that. See, I've had both kinds of art teachers. You know, the art teachers that are like, "Oh, yeah, everything, you know, if you drew it, it comes from the heart, and you did it, it's all art, everything's art." And then there was always some of those art teachers that were just, like, hard asses like that. You know, my biggest pet peeve was always, "Well, what does it mean? What does it mean?" Well, I don't know, it was a vision in my head, and I put it down on the paper, so then I got really creative at creating amazing bullshit stories for that teacher, right? Dude, that's beautiful. Wow. Once again, good problem to have, right? Lots of pieces of work, but I mean, get it out, right? Like, get it out. If you got the ambition and you got the ideas and you got the drive, like, yeah, man, get it out, and you're doing it, which hopefully is a long time from now. Hell yeah. Yeah, Venice, I was in Venice the last time I went to Italy, I went to Venice, and it was an experience. Like, you know, you kinda go, "Okay, like, really? All water, no roads?" Yep, that's what it is. The crappiest thing about it is you can't touch the water. Well, you can, but it's totally not recommended in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, oh, it's I remember the very first night, the girlfriend and I, we were going back to the place, and we grabbed a bottle of Prosecco, and we grabbed some glasses out of our room, and we walked out to just sit on the side of the canal and hang out and drink our prosecco. And we were kinda sitting there because there's all these little areas where boats can park, and then there's kinda like cement steps that come up onto the main walkways, and we're sitting there on the steps, and I'm like, "Ooh, ooh, maybe back up a little bit." She's like, "What? What?" And I look down, there's like 4 hypodermic needles floating right there. I'm like, "Yeah, let's just back up a bit." Water, water everywhere, and not a drop that you would wanna drink. But it was neat. It was, yeah, and you're right. It's cool, and it's really Google Earth is man, it's so brilliant that it gives people this power. Because I mean, there's so many people in the world that can't travel. I mean, I know how blessed I am whenever I can go on a trip there. I'm a really lucky person to be able to do that, to be able to afford it, or to be able to well, I can say definitely that a lot of the times, my dad's helped me out a few times. Plus, we have a house there still, so a lot of the cost is gone when we get there, but, um yeah, man. I think the coolest thing I saw there was the, Da Vinci Museum. It was badass. It's just a small little hole in the wall museum, but they have all these contraptions that he built and in full size, and it's so fucking cool, man. That guy was just a genius and an amazing artist. Yeah, it's a little hole in the wall. Like, it's not even a fancy dancy. I just remember I found it. I'm like, "Well, this is where I wanna go. I wanna go see this." And it's just this little tiny museum, but it was so awesome. Like, all of that crap that he had envisioned and they full size, like, working or not, from catapults to helicopters. Cool. Yeah, that's wicked that you use that. It's amazing, like, people always like to shit on technology sometimes because, I mean, we immerse ourselves too much in it, but advancements like Google Earth and allowing people to travel like that that's real world use right there, right? That's a really good another use for AI. Loving this AI. I think every time we talk about AI on this space, man, I find more and more reasons to bring back to people who don't like AI. That's another great use. You wanna learn about a style of art? Use the AI to teach you about it. Brilliant. Really? That's I also know too that some of the AIs, programs, I know that they're based on the tier level or what you purchase. I do know some of them, like, I think it's kind of, I guess, a marketing thing where, yeah, on the base level, you can't, but, if you buy your special package for $100 a month or whatever, you can. And I I know some of them don't, like, I've been mucking around the one that I've been mucking around with the last 5 days here, like, they don't allow any of that, and there's no way to upgrade it to do any of that, not that I don't know that you can't do it, it just said you can't do it. I wasn't trying. Maybe I was. But that's a really good I really like that, that's another practical reason for AI is that, I can't go buy all these books to learn about all this different art, so I'm gonna fuck around with AI using different styles of art so I can learn about, and that makes total sense. Total sense. Yeah. There certainly is, we hear about it all the time. Um, yeah, what, to sell mugs or get through the bullshit? No, we should sell some mugs though too, I think. The mug I don't know, I know I saw some mugs that you had. Oh, I think it was on your Etsy though. You had the mugs at the, lighthouse. I don't know if it was Peggy's Cove or where what lighthouse it was, or if it's a local one to you probably, I'd imagine. Okay, that's dope. Yeah, I mean, that stuff is great. People love that I mean, yeah, just like you say, right? Even if people don't know anything about NFTs or anything like that, they can definitely get on board with a piece of art on a T-shirt or a dress or a coffee mug, like, that makes total sense. And you want the advantage of the technology, slapping a QR code on it so people can get a little more educated and, maybe fall down a rabbit hole. He's that good, Willie, he's that good. He gets that detail in there on those QR codes. Willie, that's your job for next year in Miami, you gotta paint our QR code, buddy. Get that pencil. Get that number 2 pencil out there, pal. We love it, we've sold some of your art, man. Yeah, well, we have, though, I mean, come on. Um, the QR codes are really awesome. I mean, let's face the facts here. It's one of those unsung heroes of the technology world these days, the QR code, I think. Like, I use them it's funny because I use them so often. Generate it's just easy. Like, sometimes when I'm trying to share things between some of my devices, like, off of my computer or whatever, sometimes I'll just, "Oh, click, generate QR code." And I'll just do it that way instead of, like, messaging it to myself or whatever. It works. Even like our stickers, right, Willie? I mean, the stickers we gave out in Miami. Boom, QR code, you're to our link tree, and you could yes, yeah, keep going. You're laughing. Using techno. Um, Ryan, when you were doing, like, you're talking about, like, taking photos of, the galaxy, so were you doing, like, long exposures? Were you doing multiple exposures when you were doing that photography? 'Cause I've dabbled in it quite a bit, and I mean, you definitely pretty much always gotta do some long exposures because otherwise not much shows up, right? Sorry, I was gonna say when I meant long exposure, that's what I meant, like, you at least gotta go, like, 30 seconds or whatever. It's not like you're just out there, "Snap, great photo." Yeah, yeah, cool, that's dope. Yeah, I pulled my Canon out a couple weeks ago. I gotta get back into using it. I have a friend that got a camera, and I keep I'm like, "Yeah, no, let's like, I'll teach you, like, let's go out. We just gotta go out." Like, I used to have that thing all the time. That's the one thing, like, hauling a camera like that around, like, when you got a nice big lens or whatever. Because I mean, you gotta kinda have when you're cruising around places, you gotta have a lens that's pretty versatile, really, right? Like, you wanna be able to get long shots, but you also wanna get close-up shots, so you gotta get a decent lens for that, but it's like, man, I used to remember hauling that thing everywhere, to Europe and to mountains and everywhere. Man, you get really good at paying attention and not smashing that camera around, without even thinking about it because you don't want to, but you gotta give people prop. I'd like to see that in a watercolor. That's more of like a when we're talking horses, like, that's more of a wide format kinda kinda deal, though. You caught all that in one frame, hey? Yeah. That's awesome. It's like it reminds me of, like, I've taken a few shots of my dog, like, when the sun's rising or whatever, and the dog will be out there taking a dump, and I'll just show it to, like, my dad or aunt or whatever. My dad's like, "Oh, it's a really nice photo. That's really good. That's Rollo there. Hey, that looks really good. That looks really good." And then my sister will be like, "And do you see that he's taking a shit?" And my dad's like, "Oh, well, that was a nice photo. Now it's not." And I'm like, "No, that adds to it, man. That's nature at its best." That's awesome. Of course, it's doing it. Is that and that one did you mint that one? You said that you made that digital? Buy that for OpenSea. Might have to click open the OpenSea. I don't know if I can open OpenSea anymore. I'll have to get some dust off of that. Right? I don't know when the last time man, what? Check it out. Um, so you photography, you paint mainly watercolors, or do you still paint with, like, whatever tickles your fancy at the particular point in time? Or is it mainly just water? Well, there's no point in having any limits, and I mean, you're proving it, right, just because you have a disability too. There's no point in having limits in anything, in any way, shape, or form. Like, you're just going for it. Fuck yeah. It sounds like a little bit of psychedelic stuff going on there. What was that style called? Sorry? Definitely not recovering from that. Well, I mean, come on, it's easy to see a Pong piece. You can always nail a Nick Dime piece down too. Mhm. You know, it's a tough thing 'cause I know I've been following you, like last week on Twitter there when you were talking about this stuff and this over the last few weeks. Um, it's a tough deal because like, we had, oh, who was it? Not, NFT Murder was on, and NFT Murder, literally, he was just like, "I don't know, I was in the right place at the right time." He happened to be in the shilling space and put his stuff up, and it just worked, and it happened. Right? Like, we hear these stories all the time, like, "Well, why isn't my stuff selling? Why isn't this selling?" And then somebody else is like, "Well, right place, right time," and man, it's a tough I look at it from the outside as a collector, and I go, "Man, yeah, it's gotta be effing tough," because you know what you have, you know what you've produced and the heart and the sweat and the blood and the time that's been put into it, right? And what it means to you, and it's like, well, why and it looks just as good as anybody else's, if not better, so why doesn't it sell? And it's a tough thing, man. Also, I guess part of the thing I mean, maybe not on your part, because you definitely seem to be quite capable of selling yourself. I was gonna say a lot of artists are really terrible sales. I don't mean to say that to insult, but, there's a lot of artists that'll probably admit that, right? Artists just wanna be artists, and they don't wanna shill, they don't wanna go and sell their stuff, they don't wanna be the salesman for it. Some of them just aren't good at it either, right? I don't know where I was going with this, but yeah, so yeah, no, and it must be very frustrating. It must be super, super frustrating. I mean, I was cl all I when I bought that last stop piece, I was like, "Okay." I went to your link tree and I'm like, "Hey, I'm just gonna go into object because Mateus man myself." Um, and I guess that's no, go ahead. Yeah, the more instant feedback is definitely a good thing that you can get in this space. Even when you sell your NFTs, right? You know when they sell. You may or may not know the person it went to, but you can see the wallet there, you know it's there, you know when it moves, you know where it goes, whereas, in the old school days, right, where or in the physical world, you sell a painting from a gallery, and then who knows where it goes after that, right? It's definitely a it's another great tool. Yeah. Yeah, everybody needs to see art and to emotion invoked by looking at art 100%. Yeah, it's like, being reaction from people in real time, reach out to people a lot quicker and easier anywhere in the world, right? It's that for sure is a brilliant thing that we have. Sometimes it's a bad thing, but yeah, it's a very good thing to be able to have that instant reaction and the long reach you can have. Um, so with staying out of the NFTs, are we different this week? Same thing? I'm a fucking ball full of weird over here, man. That's really dope that's really dope that you did that for those people that interact. I remember seeing that tweet. I did not I and unfortunately, I did not interact with it, and I probably should. Sometimes I need to, like, stop looking at the phone and typing sometimes. Yeah, that's wicked. I mean, I know Willie's a big fan of it. I think we're all big fans of it here, but rewarding it's absolutely not necessary to reward collectors or people that interact with you, but artists that do it, like, that's full appreciation, and I appreciate that shit when it happens. When I hear about it happening or when an artist does it for me, it means the world to me. Like, it's like, "Hey, I was gonna buy it anyway, and the fact that you just dropped this special piece to me, like, you singled me out, like, thank you." I think it's amazing. Well, maybe not singled out, I mean, 20 other people might have used the piece too, but rewarding your collectors is dope. And that's again, that's not something you could really do in the real world. It's logistically, it's a little bit tougher, right? And you may not know who to reward. That's awesome. I mean, obviously, you want making money would be really nice, but, I mean, at least it didn't cost you, right? I mean, maybe in the grand scheme of things, if you wanna go, "Well, I had to make a piece of art, da da da," but no, I mean, at least you were still on the plus side of those deals, right? Which is good. And like you said, your art's getting out there. People will see it. People will comment on it. People might snap that QR code. I like the postcards for the B&B. Is that's brilliant. Um, my mom used to have a B&B, and I did little bottles of wine. I made wine, and I did little bottles of wine. I printed up custom labels for her and everything like that. I think back to that, when I was doing that, it's like, "Man, why couldn't that have been now?" Like, that could have been really there could have been a damn QR code on there, and it could have been that much more lucrative, right? All these people from around the world that stayed there could have got that shit out there a little further. Man, haven't you been listening to this dude? He could have that done by tomorrow at noon. Got this. Got this shit, man. We're Canadian. We can whip this shit out. Eh? Oh, man. It's so cool. We can talk about kilometers an hour and Celsius on this space, and it'll make sense to someone. Oh, fuck. Marble Yeah, that was the one that fired out little strings of paint with kinda yeah, dip well, there's still a few days left in the week, so Go for it. W I was just my thoughts. That's funny, I was just doing that. I'm so slow and old. Wait. Ugh. What? Well, who is that well, they were who is that artist? Well, and there was that other artist, the guy that did the, Metallica Load album cover, and he would put bodily fluids between 2 pieces of glass, I believe is what he did, and then he would squeeze them together. It's, anyways, well, this just took an oh, you didn't know that? Oh, okay, well, now I'm gonna actually Google this shit for you, so I got some data to back it up. Oh, yeah. Well, An an ex of mine, her and her siblings, had, their dad's ashes, uh, put into some tattoo ink, and they had a tattoo done on all of them. So I guess why not? Go for it. Okay, so this guy, I was looking at here, Andre Serrano is the guy who made the Load cover, and, it was cow blood and his own semen between 2 plexiglass plates. Yeah, well, but then the follow-up album, um, was Urine and Blood for the cover, Reload. So, there you go. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah. Well, I guess you had yeah, I guess you had fun making it, right? Like, ba-dum-bum. Anyway, I was well, I'm not sure about the cow's blood, but that's why I wondered if you, like, fucking squeeze the steak that way. Anyways. I'm just sitting here thinking, about all the interesting things we end up talking about on any given space. This segment definitely was some interesting stuff. Little bodily fluid art. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, come on. Uh, I was gonna say with all of you artists in here, your blood, sweat, and tears go into it all, for sure. I mean, really, right? Am I wrong? Well, Pong is sweating when he's working next to some fire. Laser Lou, we know he's sweating because he fricking works without a shirt on. Could have no shirt on right now, maybe. You never know. When we met him, he had a shirt on, I guess. That don't mean they did. It was probably for the better. You had to keep the Laser Lou dude cool. Right on. Um, just while we're, taking a little break here, definitely wanna give shout outs to everybody that's in here, Paper Buddha, Laser Lou, Pong, um, Max CP, I think, Jen, Kendall, Wag Me Wines in here. Thanks for popping in. Sister Sage and, Art Art Jackie? Jacqui, maybe? Art by Jacqui? I'm probably putting way I'm always one in these spaces when I'm looking at everybody's different names, I always try to go, "No, no, it's gotta be really fancy, the way it's spelled or whatever they're trying to mean with it," and then somebody will come on, "No, actually, my name is just Bob." It's not it's "Oh, okay, sorry." Yeah, that's right, exactly, right? I gotta be all fucking fancy, I can't just say it. Ugh, hacking up people's names. Um, yeah, if anybody that's hanging out in here, anybody, is hanging out in here, including any of our, 1,000,000 shadow banned listeners, um, if anybody has any questions or anything they'd like to come up and say, definitely feel free to do so. Um, that would be dope. How much snow you got happening out there, Ryan? You guys having some good weather? You guys got shit kicked a couple weeks ago, didn't you? 2 weeks ago? Dude, I always love the East. I have friends that moved out East, well, some of them back home and some of them just to go out there because they wanted to live the lifestyle, but, uh, they always when you guys get, like, the later summers, the Indian summers, and they're laughing at us get hammered with, like, cold front or something like that, and then I'm always like, "Yeah, you wait for the ice storms, motherfuckers. You guys you got 'I lost my chart. Shit, I printed out a chart. I had a chart. Where did it go? Where did it go?' I had it yeah, 111 Fahrenheit is 43 Celsius, which is fucking hot. That's hot. 'Even now that it's insanely cheaper than it used to be, it's still stupid. I don't like it. That's fucking killer. Both feet in, go hard. The, that art show that you did a couple Januaries ago, I just wanted to touch on that story because I heard it one day when you were on Temple Talk or something, but that was with other disabled artists, was it not? Like, the local one that you did? Or was I making that shit up? You're not looking back, man. You got great enthusiasm, man. I wish I could bottle that shit up. Like, I kinda wanna go on a phone call with you every morning just so you can pump me up because your drive, man, it definitely well, he's keeping those connections open. Oh, man, everybody has to love Bob Ross. Dude, if you don't love Bob Ross, there's something wrong with you, right? Dude. Well, it's always there, it's real life thinking, right? 100%. And I've no, for sure not. No, but it is, it's yeah, if you dwelled on it all day long, that would be a bad thing, but, think about it every once in a while is probably pretty damn cool and healthy if you ask me. It helps you prepare for it too, I guess. It's it's I was gonna say last weekend, I was visiting my mom. I was out of town visiting my mom, and we were kinda got along onto this kind of a topic, and she looked at me and she goes, " with the dumb shit that you did all the time while you were growing up," she's like, "I didn't think that you were gonna outlast me." She's like, "I figured you were gonna be the one to die first because 'cause you're fucking such a boy." But sorry. It's true. I probably jumped everything on fucking wheels over everything. I probably should be somewhere else, but yes, sir, I do. You know it, Willie. I was just gonna say that was interesting how we went from Bob Ross, one of the most happiest things on earth, to to thinking about our parents passing away. I mean, that was pretty 180. Well, I was gonna say, can I was gonna say Bob Ross, I honestly, everything that I have ever done in art, like, when it comes to landscapes and shit, whether I'm painting with watercolors or acrylics or whatever, I learned everything from Bob Ross. Everything that he did, I was like, "Well, this transfers over with pencil and everything. It all fucking transfers over, man." Bob Ross is like, I to this day, I really should pull out some of my old drawings. I've got them here in my room. I should really pull them out and, like, put them up someday just to show people. No, Bob Ross, man, I fucking everything. I would watch Bob Ross, and I would go and do it with watercolor, or I would go and do it with pencil, right? I mean, obviously, I'm not smearing pencil as much as he'd be smearing paints, but I would like, "'Kay, well, I gotta draw like that. What he did there, now I have to draw that." Fucking 100%, Bob Ross. Wonder how many millions or thousands, probably millions of people that he's inspired to fucking paint. Absolutely. Really? Huh. Yeah, I guess so, 'cause I had a frickin' fro that man, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't think that was on there. How he had such really super strong values, right? About, like, "Hey, man, if my name's going on these brushes, they've gotta be brushes that" right? They have to be legit. Like, he was really super strong, hard-headed about that, which was awesome. So many people that get into those positions are like, "Yeah, whatever. Order whatever's cheapest from China and let's slap a name on it and sell it," right? Or they don't know. Like, he didn't know when they started doing crap like that. Well, he did. There's always gonna be scammers. But that's very true, and I really hope that the mainstream music industry really takes a hold of it and bands start really seriously actively using it because it's a way for them to start getting that money back into their own pockets. I know Fendel down there approves of that 1000% because it's true. Yeah, and it is. It's the beautiful thing about it. Like, whenever I talk to people about it, like blockchain is that artists, musicians, anybody that does anything on the blockchain, it's instantaneous, and aside from whatever fees are involved with the transactions as far as the, what you're the OpenSea or whatever, but it's like it's instant. You don't lose anything. You don't lose all those chunks of money down the line that eventually you get nothing, right? It's brilliant. Royalties, that was a way better word. Damn straight. What was it? Sorry, what was that again? Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely gonna look my SIM card up 100%. What did you? Willie, if I haven't given you a pat on the back and kudos for your painting abilities lately, man. Dude, no, seriously, bud, you're rocking it. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. Sorry, Ryan, you're gonna look you're gonna look up Blurred Lines, isn't that, oh, who did that song? Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, oh, my brain is I actually smoked I had a half a joint sitting here, and I smoked it about 15, 20 minutes ago, so my short-term, memory is gonna be okay, now I gotta go Blurred Lines. You know what? I know this is probably something where Lou's down there like, "Fuck, man." Lou's a wealth of knowledge most of the times. Robin Thicke. I was gonna say Alan Thicke, but yes, Robin Thicke. Not yeah, well, I guess, uh, yeah, they are. Yeah, sure. Yep. Yep. Wow. Foreign Canadians are now Americanized, right? Oh. What so, Ryan, when you said, you like a lot of instrumentals? You what, that's Blurred Lines as well? Oh, gotcha. Alright, there you go. Shit, now you made me forget I was gonna ask Ryan something, about listening to music. Um, you said you listen to a lot of instrumentals, you like a lot of instrumental music? Or is it d Very possible. I just realized, like, when we're talking musical pieces, because 'cause I'm sitting here in front of my computer, I should be, you know, I could blast it out, right? Like, shit. I should be on it. I should be more like Willie. That is very true, actually. But I could always edit that out. If YouTube doesn't let it up, I could always just cut that part out. We could put that intermission music in that they used to play at the drive-in. Did-it, 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 di maybe not. Uh, sorry, what was that? It still has a drive-in? Dude, that is sick. It's such a short season here. I mean, in Canada to have a drive-in, right? They just don't exist anymore. Like here, I live in a city of a million. Why wouldn't they? Oh, up here? Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah. I remember back in the day when I was growing up in the town I lived in, drive-in, on the nights that were really cold, you could go in and for $2, you could rent a hot plate and you could plug it in because, when you used to go to drive-ins, you used to have to get the speaker, right? And you'd have to hang it um, on your window. Yeah, that's how old I am. But anyways, they had yeah, they had an outlet there as well, and that's what you did. So you went and rented this hot plate in where they sold candy and shit in the concession stand, and you put this hot plate, like, in between the seats, and I think of it now and, like, how ludicrous is that? Like, you gave people a hot plate to put in their car to use as a heating element while they're watching a drive-in movie. Like, man, like, that just has disaster. Well, I don't know if it was 72, but yeah. But yeah, no, you're right, 100%. Right? I mean, now that I think about it now, yeah, well, yeah, but I was just like, "Man, it was an open element just in your car. You got kids in there, you're sitting in there, like, fuck, how many people burnt their asses on that fucking thing?" Anyway, that's cool that you guys still have a drive-in. I miss that. At my cabin and at my house, a couple times, I've set up a screen and literally sat in the car and watched a movie just for the shits and giggles of it all. Do it, Willie. Golf cart driving. Yeah, I imagine that perfect, do it. Um, yeah, at one wheel. Hell yeah. Pff, we are very sidetracked today. I wanted to talk about the piece that I picked up, a couple days ago, Last Stop. I dig that, man. That is an awesome it's really funny because I was going through your stuff and that one, like, right at the beginning, because I started and I was like, "Yeah, no, I want that piece," but I kept looking. And I didn't really occur to me either, the whole night train theme, and it's a train station. I just liked it because it's just a really cool piece, like, it's dope. My mom's, uh my mom's bed and breakfast was the original superintendent of the CP Rail. It was she lives in his house, and she had a bed and breakfast there and everything, so, like, the railway, I've al and I'm just a guy, like, the railway, I mean, when you're a kid, everybody loves trains. Yeah, it's a great piece. It's my town. Oh, fuck that that's a fucking killer memory to have. And it but that statement from a lady out east is it's bang up, like, that's what I would expect nothing less from a lady out east, man, like, that's fucking that's a phrase that would probably still be said today by some ladies out there, 100%. Oh, that's killer. I moved around when I was a kid. My dad always got transferred. He worked in retail, and so I have those memories, but I don't have a single town that I grew up in. I've got them watered all over Western Canada, which is kinda cool on its own too. This, oh, my fucking computer froze up here. Damn it, and I'm not killing time very well. Alright. That just gives a that just gives a that just a whole new respect for the art, like, on top like, just right there, like, just went up a different level too, right? I'm staring I'm s yeah. God damn it, Willie. No, I was just gonna say that, like, all of your paintings of places that you've done, whether it's, like, this last stop from your hometown or the pieces that you've done from Google Earth, like, I think there was a French town that I was just trying to find. Man, like, they speak to me, like, I really like these pieces. These are like not that I dislike anything else that you do, but it's like these pieces are just, like, totally something I'd hang on my wall, like 1,000%. Yeah. I put lo lost them there again. Yeah, I invited him back up. I'm on it. Continue with your story. So wait a minute, hold on a second. You're telling me I gotta tell HR that the A&R department has been in your house. Does HR know that you're with A&R? S Sorry, I don't know, I just figure we have an HR department, right? I was just dropping that. It just sounded funny. HR, AR, okay. Yeah, we do. Oh, we do. We do. Just, hit me in the DM. I'll send you the email for the AR or the HR department. You guys sort that out. We got you back. I think we're just killing time. You started talking about a photo or hanging it on walls. People hanging this stuff on walls is where we were at? I can't remember. I this piece, like, that's the one thing I'm very fortunate with. In my living room, I have a 50-inch TV and I've got a 46, and I cast this stuff up on them all the time. Even in my computer room where I am now, I have the horizontal screen and the vertical screen. I love, like I it really makes me wonder how many people that buy some of these NFTs never look at them on anything other than their phone. It's like, you're missing out. I'll tell you that right now. I was, going through Jay Byrne's stuff. last night, and the artists that he's collabed with and some of the pieces that he have, like, you there's a whole bunch that's lost if you're looking at it on your phone all the time and you're not paying attention to it, which same thing with printing it out, getting it printed out on canvas and putting it up on your wall is a full-size deal, like, it's really important to do, to look at these pieces and appreciate them, whether it's Ryan's art here that we're talking about tonight or Laser Lou, like, even a Laser Lou, right? Like, shit, I love flipping around the Laser Lous. That's true, that's true, very true. Ryan, you're back with us? Oh, maybe, maybe not, maybe not. Damn Twitter Spaces. Oh, headphone prob you just dropped off my screen. Ah, well, it happens. I mean, hey, the fact that we went this far into it. We have had a good long run though, honestly. Up until what, last week? I think last week we had a couple problems, but oh no, 2 yeah. Let's get Ryan back up here again. He's in, he's in, he's in, he's in. Hey, hey, look at how easy and simple technology makes life, hey? Fuck. Yeah, it wasn't important. Alright, we're solid now, we're solid. Well, and then we were talking about the HR department too. Um, like, your neck of the woods, so I always gotta throw that out there and remind you that, at any time if you wanna go snooze, have a nap, you're more than welcome to check out whenever you want, but, we definitely stick around a little bit longer, and you're more than welcome to stay with us. Just always like, "Oh, shit." Really, I just alright. It's alright. We're good. It's all good. This space ain't professional at all. We have our moments, though. Sometimes we seem like we know what the hell we're doing up here. Dude. Oh, don't even get me started on that crap. I've finally gotten by it now where I don't give a crap about it anymore, but yeah, I used to run an emulator on my computer to run these Twitters so that I could use my soundboard and my mixing board and my good microphone and everything like that. It was so frustrating, and then I was like, "Oh, I'll just use my iPad." Nope, can't use an iPad either to do a Twitter space. It's so stupid. Yeah, no, 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 I'm on there, my Bits account that's down there, is that's through my computer. You can't see bits? Ah, you're just fucking on fire tonight, aren't you, Willie? You're just a comedian. No, dude, you're getting them. We're just they're kinda in bad joke territory, I guess. The A&R department's probably rolling her eyes too. Dude, alright, I'll stop making jokes. But anyways, so the bits account is on my computer, but yes, I of course, on the computer, I can't interact, I can't do anything. It's just there. But we do what we can do to bump the numbers up. I mean, if only our 1,000,000 shadow banned listeners could just magically appear, right? Lots of good people. What is kinda creepy, though, is that there can be people listening that we don't know are listening right now, too. That's the other weird thing. Fair enough. Oh, it's very true. I just came in I fricking headphones jumped out, and I'm missing nerd talk here. I I was gonna say, I know on a Mac, it's a FireWire. I actually went to, I am recording on YouTube live right now tonight. I'm not doing video because I didn't feel like I didn't have enough time to really get that together, but I used, what I was messing with, last night is I found, an app that I can use an old iPhone as a camera. It seemed to be working out okay, but I definitely know that Canon can be hooked up 100%. OSBD, I think, is the name. Oh, I gotta look that up. I shouldn't even drop write that down. Is that what the kids are saying these days? Give it a goog? Yeah, then you guys can see me sitting here in my jogging pants. Sorry. Yeah, that's right, I'll just keep the camera on my dog the whole time. Rolo, Rolo. Gonna I wasn't gonna correct you because sometimes y'all Americans, and your drawls shit like us, goes, Rolo. Yeah, that's what I said, Rolo. It's it's it it's actually, I named him after the Viking. You know that the show Vikings? That's one of the Vikings was Rolo. No, that's what everybody that knows about the candy, that's what they assume, so I go with that as well. Oh, that's fine. You c yeah, identify the dog as chocolate, the one thing that can kill him. Nice, Willie. He leaves caramel all over the yard. How do you feel Ryan, how do you feel about us taking up your time and you're not creating art at this moment? This is you jonesing? Is that what you're rocking right now, some Purple Violet? Jayburn we we had Jaybird on, and that was his that's what he said. He's like, "Oh, man," he's like, I gotta have an indica because that other shit just gets me wired up." It's kinda funny, that's what I'm right now, I've just went on a flipped over to a sativa kick, and it does, it wires me up, but it certainly does. It's not good for when I wanna go to sleep, but I've got CBD for that, so, you know, that's good. That's fucking crazy. That's cost effective, though, that's great, that's brilliant. It's like kinda like the South Park episode where they were all that's killer. Those are what dreams are made out of when you get shit. Man, and that takes me back to, like you said earlier, that you when you if you go fully blind, you'll keep going because there's plenty of blind but 100%. I don't think there's much of anything that's gonna stop you, man. Like, seriously. You're gonna, "Well, I've only got half of one arm left, no legs, but I'm still giving her painting." That'll be you, 100%. Well, sorry, it won't be you. That was actually bad to say. Didn't mean that way, but yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, I just dude, your drive is amazing. I said it earlier, like, you pump me up, like, listening to you, you're passionate about what you do, and I is it's amazing. It's definitely like yeah, fuck yeah. Well, that shit's worth like a Lambo these days, isn't it? Not dental, not dental. Yeah, you don't need your teeth, right? Like, that's a big thing up here, right? When you go for a job, if you can, you look around, you definitely getting a benefits package that covers that kinda shit. Fucking money an hour, that's for sure, but nobody really does that anymore. Everybody's cut all the packages down. Yeah, they don't cover dental. Hey, I just, well, just the other day, actually last week on Tuesday, I don't even think I didn't mention it last Tuesday at all, but I was, running Rolo and my lenses fell out of my glasses in the 2 feet of snow, and it was gone. And I was so pissed. I'm very thankful that I don't require my glasses to actually function. I do wear them all the time because just if I'm looking at my phone and shit, it's easier to just have them on instead of going, "Fuck, we're carrying them around in a pocket," you know? No, typically when I go on no, I did. I wore them actually. Didn't I? I'm pretty sure I did, but tip no, I did because I didn't bring, I don't remember. I left my sun no, because that's right. I left my aviators at home. I remember telling the story. There was a bunch of things I left at home, and it was my sunglasses and shit, but, um, yeah, and that was the one thing I was like, "Okay, well, I lost the lens. Well, that's cool." My company benefits will cover part of that. Goddamn new company I'm working for doesn't cover any kind of glasses. I was pissed. Am I standing next to Nicholas Dimes? Plaque. Cool. So, yeah, Ryan, so the future, just keep going, just keep trucking, right? Keep moving along. You're not stopping anytime soon. Let's get this man. Yeah, that's the 11 years, like, so it just wasn't even a thought, right? You just immersed yourself into games and that was it? It's amazing how we change and evolve. I was gonna say it's amazing how we grow up. We get to this age now, we're growing up now. It's all about art. Well, I was telling the 18-year-old we just hired at work, I was telling him that 50 is the new 25. Yeah, it is, man. It is facts, dude. 100%. We'll be there. We'll all be celebrating. We'll be like, "Whoop, whoop." Jesus Christ, Willie. I'm not there yet. I'm 46. I'm probably the oldest person in this space. Um, well, Denver was younger than me, wasn't he? I think he was. How's it going, homie? That was gonna be my opening piece tonight. I was gonna play the Jay Byrne, Denver Donkey, "Celebrate," but I I did some donkey brays at the beginning, hands down. Several brays. So I'm really gonna have to go over and look at Ryan, I'm gonna have to go look at your stuff on ETH. I really am gonna have to. I mean, Willie and I always have to let the artists know that we're not completely ignorant. We tend to choose not to go once we know we're gonna have somebody on, we tend not to dive deep and get all the information and look at all the art and get all the lowdown. It's just funner to find out that stuff along the way while we're doing the space. But I do remember your, uh your lake tree's, like, huge. Was that you? Was okay, so the boudoir shoot, can we verify that you were taking photos, or were you the one that was wearing the lingerie and doing the boud Sure. Reg You gotta have that connection. You gotta have that when you can have that connection, man. Phew. Well, and it 5. It's your number, man. Roll with it. Rolling with it. I just saw this beach bums that you were talking about earlier. I just flipped over to OpenSea here. That was the one you were talking about, the people that were sitting at the beach that you painted. I dig it. Right, and that's and the fact that it's digital and you can collect as much of it as you want, it doesn't you don't have to have the walls for it all. It's just brilliant. It's easy. 100%. Like, it's just yeah, and it's kinda the cool vibe of the space, with how it is now too about, like, Poke has talked about it many times, like us and Wag Me Wine. How many of us collect together, right? Like, we'll find somebody will find an artist and be like, "Oh, dude, check it out, like, this is really cool piece from this really cool artist." Then all of a sudden, this artist out of nowhere just, sells a dozen pieces randomly to us mob collect Yeah, yeah, I'll jump in there. It's it's fun like that. It's a different way of doing things, like, 100 I mean, a lot of us, would never really be gallery people, right? Like, I mean, I know I wasn't. As much as I enjoyed occasionally going into a gallery, I wasn't a gallery person, and I wasn't sure as fuck was buying half of that art, unfortunately, because it was just crazy. This just makes it all accessible. I like the package deal too of the interaction that you can have. Like, even tonight, talking with you, Ryan, like this and learning about you, and you've opened our eyes even more to your art pieces with stories behind them, and also with how you've created it, right? Like, the fact that, you're painting and digitizing and, running it through multiple times to get what you want, and we're hearing that. Oh, cool. There she is. Beautiful. I got it popped up on my big screen here. Love it. I already dug down the bottom. Thanks, Willie. Oh, it's a beautiful piece. I'm also going through the link tree, and I'm into the open sea and shit. Man, dude, you got, like, just it's just wild. I'm happy we have this opportunity to, chat with people like you and to really get to know you and to look at your art. Like I say, I said earlier, it just opens your eyes differently. I look at a piece, like, as you had mentioned, like, with your vision, how you kind of step back and you look at a piece as a whole from a distance, right? And go, "Yeah, no, that looks like what this, that, or whatever," and that's how I look at art, and it's kinda like when I get to talk to the artist and then stop and go, "Okay, I should go look at that piece again," and zoom in on it and really take a look at it and listen to what the artist just told me about it. Like, you've added so much value to all of your art tonight. I hope some of our listeners that haven't collected your art jump in on it, man. and then you give us shivers down our spines as you tell us that story. Whew, trying to find it now. Did you find it, Willie? I hope you would have. Well, it's why I mean, it's part of the reason to doing it too, right? It is whether, when a teacher asks you, "What does it mean?" Fucking you don't have to tell them anything. Maybe it doesn't at that time, but it all comes from the field. That one's gonna sell. It's gonna sell. It will. Okay. I just came ac I was in Open Sea here, and I just came on this, watercolor journey collection, this one called Garage Days. Man, that that piece is beautiful. That's fire, like, I mean, it's a garage, like, it's just a atypical old garage with junk kicking around, man, but it's gorgeous. Oh, cool. That's really cool. I'm gonna just gonna see if I can find that on my phone here so I can pin it up to the top 'cause that's a really sick piece. They're all I just they're all really, really good. I really like your I'm gonna call them location pieces, like, not necessarily your landscape pieces, but the pieces where you have buildings and stuff in them, like, I they speak to me, like, huge. Like, you're getting yeah, you're getting the vibe across 100%. Yeah, no, it's it's getting wild. Would that be a collaboration, Willie? Right? I'm sure I'm no, I was gonna say Ryan probably likes that sound better, commissioned as opposed to No, I think it's I mean, that's kind of the dream of a lot of people, I think, right? I mean, that's kind of where the VR goggles are coming in, and eventually the VR goggles aren't gonna be enough, it's gotta go a little bit further, right? Absolutely. I'm sure Denver's down there probably going, "Dude, that'd be dope." Absolutely, Willie's Wall Fest. What did we call it? Willie's Wall Fest? Or what the hell did we call that? Willie's Wall fuck, I can't remember. Yeah, okay, I'll come to your place in December. I was gonna say, I'll come to your place in December, man. December in desert California is fucking good for me, man. Yeah, it's fuck yeah. 50 it's I don't even care what it translates into Celsius. I know it's warmer than what the fuck it is here right now. Uh, yes, sir, I am. I'm in Calgary. Muses, yes. I don't think I gotta do I'm just gonna start calling them muses. I like it. Oh, 'cause it sounds better than X, right? It does. Or I dig it. Yeah, just, I was just thinking, Ryan, there's, so this one project that we're in, Wag Me Wine, there's one other Canadian in that project, and he's from Quebec, and it was funny because when we were talking about going to Miami, and he's like, "Well, I'm trying to convince the wife," like, this was months before, and I said, "What's there could to convince? We're Canadian, we're going to Miami at the end of November, the beginning of December. It's a no fucking brainer." Like, even if you go there and sit on a deck and don't do a single fucking thing, like, at least you're in warm weather, man. It wasn't a hard sell for me anyways. Yeah. Oh, really? Well, at that point in time, I guess now, hindsight. I pinned up that Garage Days at the top if you didn't see it up there, Willie. That's a dope piece. Yeah, I like it. Of course you did. Yeah, you just let me pin it. You probably pinned it, and then you probably took yours down because 'cause you're like, "Oh, bits." Uh, yeah. Being able to she's a beauty. You know, there's an old chicken coop around there somewhere. Oh, that's getting mind-blowing territory now. But that little story I love that little story once again, and Willie and I this is great because we get to experience this every week with every artist that we have on, but it's like I'm looking at that right now on my big like and then you told that story, and totally, I walked around that sucker, and I found that trail, and I went down that little incline that went off it just makes it that much cooler to be able to hear a Pinto? No way. But, hey, it'd be even more of a wild ride now. Sorry, ba Yeah. Uh, I had a boss who was legally blind, and he had to get to work the bar the one morning. He was the owner, and he took the keys and he drove himself to the bar. When I walked in that morning and I saw him standing there and I didn't see his wife or anybody else, and I said, "How the fuck did you get here?" Then his wife came in like an hour later, like freaking out. And I'm like, "How did you even get here?" He's like, "Well, whenever I felt a rub," he's like, "I could figure it out kind of." He's like, "I knew what the blurs were because the wife drives me all the time." And he's like, "Every time he felt a little rub on the tire, you just move over." He's like, "I drove really slow." So there's whatever, go for it. I was unreal. Who knows? And I remember going out and looking at his car after too, and it was unscathed, so can be done. Do it. It Womp, womp, right? It's There you go. No, figuring out the well, it's good to have the groove figured out that way in Montana, and just so you the pizza place you work at, is that like a local place? It's not a chain? Oh, is it? Oh, well, I guess I'll have to have one find one when I'm out there next time somewhere. I know lots of people out there. I just never I like my mountains. But, people that live out there that have moved out here for work or whatever, they always gotta go back home. Somebody from out east is always an Easterner is always an Easterner. Ooh, 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 dude, bro. Eeh. I've got friends that just bought land out there, they're going back out there. I got a buddy that moved back to there, like, 5 years ago now. Maybe I'm supposed to be in New Brunswick. I don't know. No. Oh, Jesus, Willie. See, you were s yeah. Leonardo, that's right. That was the AI talking about that anything goes on, right? That's free. Oh, well, Quilling, we know she does she's done a sh she's she's done a few pieces, using AI quilling. Yeah, totally. That's dope, man. Well, thanks, brother. Thanks, man. Yeah, man, I think the world is they're gonna wake up to you, brother, 100%. It's here, and I mean, hopefully, it's while you're alive. If not, then, you know, your kids are gonna be doing pretty good, I think, once it all catches on. I really appreciate you sharing your journey with us and all the other side stories that came along with it, man. It was just an amazing to have you on. I'm happy we did. Anytime that you have anything you wanna, chat about, talk about, promote, whatever you wanna do, you wanna come to our space and hang at any time, you can come to come back and hang with us. We definitely wanna talk to you again for sure in the future. Thanks, Ryan. Oh, yeah, I'd say what, Friday? No, that's eat the Whopper. Well, thank you, man. Thank for even the times when you got, as you said, real, like, we appreciated that too. Thanks for s yeah. Well, sometimes people they need to be shaken up, and they need to remember that they live in a pretty goddamn good place. Thanks for standing in your kitchen with your phone plugged in. Go eat the Whopper. Have a good night, brother. See you tomorrow. Whoop, whoop. I want a I want a Whopper. I haven't had a Whopper in, like, 20 something years at least. Maybe even actually, probably even longer than that because it's their, I like whatever the hell what is it? Classic chicken burger, the long chicken burger you can get? No. It's just called the classic chicken burger, I think. Uh, good damn. Yeah, it's kinda funny up here, they well, where I am, they kinda thinned out, there's not many of them around anymore up here in my neck of the woods. Sure, yeah, we got poutine, Burger King has it, A&W. Oh, you guys don't have A&Ws, I don't think, down there. Um, yeah, yeah, like, yeah, you get fucking poutine everywhere up here, man. It's all over the fucking place. Boom, poutine, boom, poutine. I love poutine. Now we're talking Whoppers, now we're talking poutine. Oh, poutine's awesome. I I think I'm gonna have poutine this sometime this week for dinner. It's sh no, man, shit, you order it here, and it well, no, here, you order it, like, as a you can well, yes, it definitely can be a side, but you'll get it as, like, a full meal deal. Like, well, they have the very yeah, okay, that's better because that's a pretty fucking big Yeah, and like, they'll serve it up as, like, a full meal because I mean, you'll also get the variations where they'll do, like, pulled pork on top of it or, whatever, ground beef in it if you want. I like it straight up, just straight up poutine. Don't fuck with it, don't add to it. Just french fries, gravy, and, well, you're supposed to have the curds from Quebec, but then yeah, then that's it. That's all. Nothing else. That's straight up poutine. Or no, no, he would no. Yeah, no, it's poutine, like, a straight on poutine that's 100%. It's fries, the gravy, and the curds. That's it. That's nobody that's e somebody out there fuck you ask Butternut. Actually, next time you chat with Butternut there, drop it in the Discord, he'll tell you. Well, if yeah, yes. Well, I was gonna say, no, everywhere sells it, but, like, a true one, you'd have to have the curds from Quebec, where Butternut is, that province. You would have to have those specific curds. There's a few places here that they bring them in, and that's how they roll. That would be the authentic, but I'll tell you what, man, like, whatever. It doesn't have to be that way for me, like, it doesn't matter, but that's yes, that's the ultimate way, is to have those curds from that eastern province. No. No. Food anywhere. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That I'm not aware of. Maybe, no. That I'm not aware of. Well, they do yes, yes, there would be yeah, well, there is if we go to the grocery store, we can because like, you can buy the packaged gravies. They yeah, that they 100% there's a poutine gravy. Yep. Well, I can always send you stuff. Don't if you want some all dressed if you want some all dressed chips, yeah, I know, I it's kinda hard to describe. It's like a salt and vinegar, sour cream and onion, freaking dill pickle chip all rolled up into one, I guess. They're yeah, that's about my best go at it. I like 'em. And I'm really actually I am choked that I did not bring the chips that I told, Mike Nash I would bring down to Miami. Like, I was supposed to bring ketchup. What the hell was the other one I was supposed to bring? Oh, I can't remember, but maybe. I'm not a fan of dill pickle. I just gotta I can have a few of them, but, like, they just but I don't even know if there is dill pickle in all dressed. I guess kind of, 'cause it's a mishmash of everything, so I get maybe there is, I don't know. Yeah. I liter yeah. No, that is pretty much what the flavor is, like the dill pickle, there probably is dill pickle in there. It's dope. I like they're okay. I just had some last week. I had a bag last week. 100%. I like salt and vinegar, and I'm actually just a fan of just plain old regular chips, like salt, that's it. Just plain old regular chips. I'm a big fan of just regular chips. Doesn't always have to be fancy. Otherwise, salt and vinegar is my go-to. See, I'm that kind of a person though. I like just the flavors of stuff, right? Like, I'm not a big when to me, when people start adding sauces and all this crap to things, it's like, well, you're detracting from what the original taste was, right? Like, yeah, and that's kind of the way I am. Like, I like the way f yeah, well, it's no, and, that's kinda what I want though is the fry oil and the salt. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Yeah. Oh, shit, I just picked up my dog's collar off the floor. I'm waiting for him to fly in here now and expect us to go walking. Oh, he must be out cold. Okay, we're good. We're good. I pinned up at the top some of my 3D printed out stuff that I was doing this week. I ran out of time. I bit off way more than I can chew, but also the dollar store let me down, but that's a different story. Oh, it was just because I bought these wooden boxes. I kinda have this idea like, I would like to have an on-air box, right? Like, little box says on air, you flick it on, red light comes on air, right? So I was gonna do 4 of those. because I was gonna do the coasters that I've been doing in those promo ads that I've kinda been throwing together. I was gonna replace the coasters with the light boxes. So what was on the coasters would be on the light boxes. And it was kinda just the ease of changing it because I could just print out the lettering and so that's what I was gonna do. But I went and bought these boxes, and of course, you know, I wasn't thinking that I measured one box, but all the rest of the boxes, it was double shit, man. None of that shit's the same. So, I started printing off the pieces that I needed for it and what would actually be the white front of the box that would, be the opaque surface that the light would come through. I printed 2 of those off, and then I was like, "Oh, shit, before I print any more, I should check these." And I put the one on, the first box I'd measured, it fit perfect. All the rest of the boxes are all different, like, they're out by varying dimensions, so they don't work, so it's like I would have to measure each one. I'm like, "Yeah, no, that's not fucking happening." So I figured out a workaround around it, but I just ran out of time, and I wasn't going to push myself to be up till all hours of the night for that, unfortunately. But I do have a very nice Blind Chronicles 3D printed lettering that I'm holding in my hands. I up at the top there. It's up at the top somewhere. Yeah, it's fun. Even the WX8BK in the background, like, you just fucking put that on your wall. Yeah, so I wanna have the light up boxes. Anyways, I'm trying to evolve us. I really like doing those little promo videos. I think they're dope. I get a kick out of them. They're fun to make. I and that was the other No, and that was the other yeah. Well, that was kind of once the sadness of my whole idea didn't pan out, that was the realization too, is that the coasters are kind of right? We're in the lounge car on the night train, like, the coasters were kinda you're right. I should just have an on yeah, yeah, and I like them. They're cool, they're different. So, yes, that was the other thought too. So, yes, I'll probably just have the on-air box, that's about it, 'cause I have the pieces to build that. I love my 3D printer. I love doing this, like, you even saw I sent you the sneak a peek at the Tuesdays at 9, like, I've got this lettering here sitting here, like, I have Tuesdays at 9 PM that I can pin onto my wall. It's cool. I love having a 3D printer, it's fun. Fun as fuck. Sorry, the microphone. That was good, right? And here we are. We just about derailed. Yeah, we did rock it. That was a good night. It was really fun to chat with Ryan. I mean, his art, his art is fire. I love what he does. That that last stop piece that I purchased, I really it was actually hard for me to pick, some of the pieces. And the one thing I was gonna take 'cause I forgot to touch on this with him, 'cause he mentioned a little bit briefly about how he, struggles with the pricing a bit, but he prices because he has a family and mouths to feed, and which makes total sense. And when I was looking through his Tezos pieces, when I look at pieces that are priced at 5 Tez, I go, "Okay, well, I kinda I stop the reactive collecting, and I go, "Okay, well, let's just stop and look," right? 'Cause I'm not gonna buy 8 of these things at 5 Tez a piece, and I'm gonna, like, just take a moment and look and actually curate myself, was what I kind of found. It was kind of beneficial is what I'm kinda getting I think his stuff is priced very well. I was happy with and visually impaired. Like, dude, talk about going, "Hey, man, what's your problem? Why aren't you doing what you wanna do? I can't see, but I create this beautiful art," right? Like, that's a story. It gave me a bigger appreciation, that's for sure. To know that he's when he puts his glasses on and he's still right up on his canvas to paint, like, it's cool. Yep. So Lou was fla Lou was flashing us some emojis. I don't know if he's peacing out. Yep, he's peacing out, he's out. Didn't even get a chance to say bye. Yeah, it was a really it what's that? Well, sleep. Yeah, there ain't no sleep happening when you're on the night train. But not when you're on the night. Lou has clocked some hours on the night train. Has definitely clocked some hours with us on the night train. I mean, he was on here for 5 hours when we had him on as a guest, and ever since then, like, he's pretty much been he comes 4 hours at least, 'cause he listens and he creates when he that's really flattering, seriously. To think that, somebody wants to sit here and listen to us later on. Well, I mean, I guess it's not us, I mean, our guests. He didn't even think Ryan didn't even think he was gonna stay on that long, 3 hours later. Yeah, I know, right? East Coaster trying to think he's keeping us up. I don't think so. Yeah. No, so he's there is one more time zone. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's in New Brunswick, and part of New Brunswick kinda goes over into that Newfoundland time zone, yes. Yep, there is, that's, one of our provinces. 100%. Oh, we're getting educated. I like it how in the States, y'all there's that big laziness where it's like, well, there's a Springfield in every state, but I guess you guys got so many damn towns and cities, I guess you're gonna be running out of names. Or you're either running out of names, renaming things the same in different states, or or you, uh, or you just start naming shit really stupid names. I don't know. Is what it is, I guess. Well, man, I think this is probably a pretty good time. I think we can call this one tonight. I was up at 5 AM. It's 11:30 my time. I think I'm tapped. We had a great space tonight. Yeah, no, I just think it's I just think it's kind of a little happy little ending here. We had a good chat tonight. We had our guest, Line Chronicles, Ryan, on with us, and that was just such a pleasure tonight to listen to him and to just see his to hear his journey, man. Like, you know, anytime we're feeling down in a day, I mean, you always hate to say it, right? You know, anytime you hate it when somebody says it to you, you're feeling down, you have a shitty day, and people always go, "Well, at least you're not living here, or at least you're not this, at least you're not that," you know? And then Ryan would be somebody who would say, "Well, what's wrong with being like me? Have you seen my art?" Right? 100%. Next week, we have, Juliet Hawes on next week, wonderful, uh, lady that we met just because she stumbled into our space one night and ended up coming up and speaking with us, and I need to really find out when she was up with us. I don't recall. Maybe she'll remember. Maybe we can ask that question next week, right? Okay, I'll look, we got a lot of st I was gonna say 27 hours, man. We've almost been on a year at basically 5 hours every show. There's a little bit more than 27 hours. I'll have to look back. I'll look through some notes and see if we can find it. I'll see if we can get some background, 'cause yeah. So, well, we'll try. I'll put a little effort into that too. I'll go through the archives and see what I can find. So next week, Juliet Haas, we're here every Tuesday. The night train's always here. We're here for everybody, whether there's one of us in here or whether there's 121 people in here, including our 1,000,000 shadow band listeners that join us every Tuesday night. We thank each and every one of you for coming out and supporting us and listening to us. We couldn't do it without the artists, of course. There's no way that Willie and I would probably still be here talking to each other, but it would be a lot less interesting. 100%. Willie, thanks a lot for hanging out tonight, buddy, and every Tuesday night. It's been a good time. Mendel, appreciate you. All's goes down there. Arafay down there. Sister Sam down there. Denise, thank you for popping in for a little bit here tonight. For A&R departments down there as well. Chick Trees. We appreciate each and every one of you. Appreciate all the art. Appreciate everything that everybody does for everyone else in this space. Don't forget, we're still early. So whenever you're getting down on sales or anything like that, and the market's not great, this is the infancy of it all. We're gonna get huge. We're gonna get better. Everybody have there you go. Put that on a t-shirt tonight too. Thanks everybody for coming out. We'll see you next week, every Tuesday as the train comes into the station, 9 PM Eastern Time. You can figure out what the time is for you. Take care of yourselves and each other, and we'll see you next week.
We work hard, but we underpaid. That's okay. Gotta set the pace. One time start, gotta light the way. I be grinding like every day. Got a problem, gotta make a change. People gotta fight. We're the same, so you ain't moving. You're improving, not play. I just wake up and try to think. Real too much you can say away. Not in a rush. I got time today, but get it quick and no time to waste. This is the final phase. Doing good. Woke up today, I'm grateful, so thankful for all the love. Woke up today, I'm grateful, so thanks for all the love. Woke up today, I'm grateful, so thanks for all the love. Woke up today, I'm grateful, so thanks for all the love. Woke up today, I'm grateful, so thanks for all the love. Woke up today, I'm grateful, so thanks for all the love. Woke up today, I'm grateful, so thanks for all the love. Woke up today, I'm grateful, so thanks for all the love. I still believe in unity. Let's come together, that's community. With me, we can do some things, but you never know what the future brings. Feeling something, let the future came, let the past go, let the present be. Add a little love to the recipe. Now we all cooking, so we all eat. Woke up today, I'm grateful, so thank you for all the love. Woke up today, I'm grateful, so thanks for all the love. Woke up today, I'm grateful, so thanks for all the love. Woke up today, I'm grateful, so thanks for all the love. Woke up today, I'm grateful, so thanks for all the love. Woke up
And
today,
you
I'm
know,
grateful,
it's
so
actually
thanks
one of
for
the
all
things,
the
and
love.
you know, I'm
Woke up
screaming from
today,
the
I'm
rooftops, and
grateful,
I
so
have been
thanks
for
for all the
the
love.
past
Woke
three
up
years.
today, I'm
That
grateful, so
this
thanks for all
space
the love.
is one of the only places on Earth or in any universe or whatever that you can get to know somebody's soul, their blood and spirit, without having all these micro judgments of age, race, gender, color, nationality, geography, all this stuff. You can get to know people and their souls without making up your mind about somebody. And I think that's one of the most beautiful things about